I'm going to wait to see if it's streaming. Going to continue to do the nights and weekends thing, project. I think I'm gonna try to spend more time every day streaming during the nights and weekends thing. But I'm not really sure about that because it is kind of stressful to like it's a double-edged sword. I think it makes me more focused, so it's better to study when I'm streaming because when I'm off stream, like I get distracted more often and there's less pressure. But at the same time, when I'm streaming, it's more stressful, so it's harder to go for longer when I'm streaming. So that's why. But I think it would be a good idea to at least try to do more than 1.5 hours each day during the period of nights and weekends. Because I also think that it's cool to show the progress, like of the project since the beginning, and then how it's gonna look 6 weeks from now, which is something that I'm also anxious about because I don't know like how much I'm gonna be able to do because there might be challenges that set me back a lot, like the stuff from Svelte, and that can be really complicated. That's the thing that I'm most anxious about. It's like if I encounter some roadblock and then like there's no like way to get past that, and then I have to redo everything from scratch or something like that. But yeah, I'm gonna focus on the stuff that I can control, and then whatever happens, happens. And they made this extension here, which is pretty cool, that allows you to see, and I think it's a great idea because then every time you open a new tab, like it's reminding you, so that it helps you to stay focused on the thing. Another thing that I was thinking about off stream is that I think one of the reasons why I like doing this nights and weekends project, even though like there is the potential that you can't, like you don't get anything away, let's say, from this, if you don't, like I don't think that's the main point of doing. I think is that the main benefit is that it puts, like for someone like me that has never been a part of a team or done like an official project, let's say, it makes things more real because it's like there's this expectation that you have to at least do some type of improvement each week. So there's it becomes more real, there's more pressure. So that's one of the reasons why I think that is very good to be a part of this project. So I just studied a little bit, I think yesterday, but I still don't understand really well. Like, I figured out how this stuff works. It works with, I already knew how it works, but I wanted to understand like what are the functions that are connected with these things here. And then it looks like there is a file that contains like 3 or like some different functions that work as a template to create the event listeners for all of this. And they are differentiated based on the inputs. So you have the function that creates the checkbox, the function that creates the input. But I couldn't figure out there's an event listener here that is triggered when the function runs, but I couldn't figure out where this event listener is from. So this is the stuff that I'm trying to clarify. Because as far as I understand now, the VJS library uses the emitter component library, which is a library that allows you to make different components communicate events through events. So it's like the add event listener, but slightly different. And then there is this event that is triggered when there is when you change things here. But then I couldn't find where this event is located. Like, what is the object that is receiving the event and changing the configuration here. And the reason why I'm trying to understand this is so that I do it on the project that I have. But I think I'm gonna put some music, I think, background.
I believe that if we are
This mix or playlist didn't get copyrighted last time, so hopefully
is
like the
who
video
am
doesn't
I?
get taken down. So
What do you mean
I think what I'm gonna try to do now is to,
when you say the word
instead of
I?
using the library from node modules, choose the library that I have locally for creating the layouts.
I don't think there can be any more fascinating preoccupation than that.
And then I'm gonna remove as many things as possible until it works, or as little, as few things as possible
Because what
until it
you
works.
are in your inmost being escapes your
Because right now I can create the graph, but I'm using the library from node modules, the force layouts. So I think first thing I'm gonna do is remove from node modules and use the one that I have locally. And then I'm gonna have to change a bunch of different things. And I think that, yeah, the goal is to remove as much thing as possible, I think, from force layout, and gradually incorporate this stuff from Vue.js, but in the way that is gonna work with the WebGL and the functions that I have here. And it's a lot of code, so it's gonna be very hard, I think, because both libraries are massive, so there's a bunch of things going on both libraries. That's the challenge. There's like one file uses one function, and then that file uses another file, and then uses another one, and everything is connected. There's a bunch of different parts of the code. It's very hard. And this is the stuff that I'm talking about. So I think I'm gonna change this one for the one that I have locally here, instead of using the. And I think I'm gonna pass all of this in graph stuff to the lib, because that seems to be the pattern that is recommended for Svelte.
And there is a certain consensus about this, a certain agreement.
Also, I asked ChatGPT to explain the low level of how canvas work, and it makes a lot of sense from the explanation that it gave. Which obviously I'm not 100% sure if it's the case or not, but from what it says, it uses a bitmap to create the images, and then the Canvas API is a bunch of functions that allows you to manipulate the bitmap. And that's what's happening when you call all the methods. It's like you're creating a grid of zeros and ones, and then you're manipulating the bits based on the methods that you have in the canvas. And then the difference between the normal canvas and the WebGL is that the WebGL uses a buffer that uses OpenGL API, I think, to create a bunch of vectors and matrices that are gonna like optimize the graphics, as far as I understand.
I am a body. We rather say I have a body.
I'm probably gonna have to close this and then open again to pass the thing. That's interesting. think I'm on the wrong file probably. It didn't give the suggestion. And I'm gonna have to change this file. There's also something that I want to understand is that both this library and VGS uses a random number, and I think it has something to do with the state of the canvas. That for some reason you need to generate like a seed to keep track of the state of the canvas, but I'm not sure how it works. And I think I'm gonna have to remove that random number here so that it works. I'm either gonna have to remove it or I'm gonna have to just get the library and put the code here locally. Because the way that he did it with ngraph is using the syntax for Node.js, so it doesn't work if you try to make it work with the front end, like running from the client side.
We don't say, I beat my heart, in the same way as we say, I walk, I think, I talk. We feel that our
So it works.
heart beats itself. And that has
Interesting.
nothing very much to do with I.
I thought it wasn't gonna work.
In other words, we don't regard I myself.
Maybe it's because I changed before. I think I removed the random number before and I changed the way that it works here, but or maybe it's because this one is still using the... Oh no, it looks like I changed as well.
You are somewhere between your eyes and between your ears.
But I think I want to simplify it because the thing is I don't understand really well like why he did the things the way that he did here. I want to simplify as much as possible. I think that the way that everything works is there is like you start knowing nothing and then like it becomes extremely complex, and then after it becomes extremely complex it simplifies everything again. That's the pattern. So, and that's the Occam's razor thing, where usually the best path is the one that is simplified the most, but that doesn't mean that it's simple, because the more complicated the thing that you want to do is, the more complex the whole thing is going to be. But it's just about removing the excess of complexity. So it's going to be complex anyway because there's a bunch of things involved, but I want to reduce the complexity as much as possible. So, and this is the reason why, like, it's very challenging to decide what to do, because then if I remove something here, it's connected to everything else, and I'm not really sure what's the best part to remove. But I think I want to try to... There's some things here also that I didn't understand why he did it, the way that he did it. I think it's on the settings here somewhere. Probably it's on the other one, the physics one. But I think it's because... the main thing that I'm struggling to understand, I think, is this eventify thing that he uses. And here, I still did like this, but I think I removed... Because before it was inside of this API here. No, not the merge, the API. This here. And then I removed this random number from here to make it work, I think. Oh no, it's here still. So, oh, I think it was on the graph. There was something they called another library here that I think I removed. The thing is that I don't understand is this thing here. Like you put everything inside of this object, and these dimensions. Now I think I get it. Like what it's supposed to be is X, Y, and Z, like the dimensions. But I don't understand why he did the things the way that he did here. So it looks like he's caching. He's creating like this so he can cache on this thing here. But I don't understand like the whole flow of the thing. Because you're creating the object here and then you're making these variables and creating this, then calling these functions from here. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, this is the thing that I changed, because before he was passing the, like was using require to get this random and then passing the function here, and now I'm calling the function. But I think the way he was doing is just calling require const random equals require and then and graph the random, and then he was doing like this, I think, and then he was passing this thing inside of here, and it wasn't gonna work because of the require, so I had to change. But I'm not really sure if the way that I did here works, and I also don't understand really well why I put the random number. I think it has to do something with the state of the canvas, because these functions are gonna be the low-level functions here that create the code for the program. It creates here, which is the pattern here, and then this is the code that is going to be used, I think, when you're running on WebGL. But it looks like it's still JavaScript code here, so I don't understand why make this thing here. And then this is the part that I'm struggling, because I think it has to do with the way the curving works, because this one returns a function. So like the thing is that this receives only one argument, but here is passing 2 arguments on this one. So how is that possible? Like, because this is the one that exists here, which is this function that only receives 1 argument, but then you're passing 2 arguments here. So I don't understand how that works. And I have to think about a way to, like, I think the problem is if I put console logs here, not sure if that is going to show anything, because I don't know where this is used. I mean, obviously it's used on the layout, because this is a part of the physics. So the layout creates the physics based on this stuff here. But at what point, like, this is changing the... Maybe we should go to the top level again and see from this tab function. Because this is going to return this API, which is going to have this function here. And this is the function that is going to create the animation. What I want to understand mainly, I think, first thing that I want to understand is how the animation is done on Vue.js. Like, how can I construct the same the way that the graph on Vue.js is, where you can manipulate things here and it looks like more live, let's say, than the way that I have here, which is more static. I think it's because I changed something there. So it looks like it calls this staff function on this one. I think a lot of these functions are also used to keep track of the state, because you need to know. There's also this other complication, which is that the canvas allows you, the request animation thing from the canvas API allows you to get the frame rates, like the state of the canvas at which frame rate. So there's that state that is based on the FPS, which is the refresh rate of the monitor, and then that is the state from the application's point of view, I think, where like somewhere there needs to be the caching, or like the caching of the state, the current state, so that when you make changes, it knows like the position of everything, where is that on the canvas. Yeah, this is the thing that keeps track, probably. One of the things, there are probably many things. How can I know what dimensions is? I think maybe if I console log here, it's gonna show there at some point. But I want to understand a little bit more before I do that. How everything is connected. Oh, this is the stuff that was giving me a mistake, I think, before, when I tried to eventify this, because it said that it already, the object has its own property already, which means that it was already eventified when I removed the random thing there. And I think that what was causing that is the random. It's because when I changed the way that I passed the variable there to the functions, when it's created the events for this object here, this one already has, it was already eventified because it's not passing here in the correct way, probably. So I'm probably calling the function and then passing the result, the return statement, through as an argument, and before it was passing the function with the argument. So before it calls the function. I think this is the point that I got stuck last time, because the main thing is that I don't understand how this works, where it's passing multiple arguments here, but it receives only one here. I don't understand how that's possible. Like, why doesn't it throw an error? Because you would need to have the spread operator to work as the same way that the args works, asterisk args works in Python. They can pass multiple different arguments as one. So it's something else that is going on here, I think. If I do this, I think it's probably gonna give me an error there. Oh, it still works. Interesting. Weird. So maybe it was something else. Or maybe I fixed and then don't remember. So let me try to console log the dimensions. I think I'm gonna do it on the integrate. Yeah, so it looks like the layout is gonna call. The other thing that I'm struggling to understand is how do I know, like how can I find out what objects are listening to the events? I guess I just need to search for the on keyword, because it's gonna be fire, then on and off. So each time that there's a object that has the on and then the event, I know, like, but certainly should think about a way to visualize how all of the events are connected with the listeners, because that would make a lot easier, obviously, to understand like what actions trigger multiple different events.
Keep coming closer. There's an ocean full of stars. You hold on tight and let your heart explore. Would you like to know who you are? Then keep coming closer.
That's what's weird to me, because there's only the fire event there. So if there isn't anything that is listening to the fire event, why put the fire event there? In my mind, it would make more sense if there's something that is listening to this event here, and then there's gonna perform something to after there's a change on the thing to make it, or to make something that I don't know. Because otherwise, why put the fire event here? Like, or to capture the states somehow, something like that. But it might be somewhere that I don't know. That's the problem. Somewhere else in the application. I think I need to understand more how the event file works as well. The library. First, I think I'm gonna console log there on the physics. I think that this is the function that is running, but I'm not sure if it's gonna run on this part. That's the problem. And it's gonna call the integrates this function here. So this returns a number, maybe. It's dividing there. So I think that's where the random number generation comes from. Because each step is like a seed. And then it can... It's very similar to the way that the blockchain works, I think. Because it's connected... The states of the canvas are connected through the hashes, which are these random numbers. And it has to be deterministic. It's a random pseudo-random number because you need to capture the exact state at each point. But it just has to be random enough so that they are different from each other each time, I think. That's the reason why I think that exists. So it's getting that, it's creating the number based on this state, and then it's dividing based on the amount of things that exist on the canvas. Maybe not the canvas, but the whole simulation. Because I think that you can have situations where you just have a parts of the stuff in the screen. That's another thing that I don't know really well. Like, it's how it's managing this. And that one is very complicated because then, like, I have to understand how the camera works on the other files there. Because that's what's manipulating the scene. And how the matrices functions work there at the low level to change the states of the canvas. And how that's related to all of the objects that are in the scene. It's weird to me that here as well you have this body but you have no functions before this. Oh, maybe these ones I didn't see. These ones probably are the ones that puts all of the stuff that exists on the simulation, all the nodes and edges, to the bodies list here in the beginning. Oh, this is another file. So how is this one connected with this one that has the bodies there? These bodies here. Settings, blah blah blah. Because before this, there's no function that puts things on the bodies there. So as far as I can tell. So, but by the time that it calls this, it probably changes. Because it's gonna call that once it calls these functions here. So here is just so those are the functions that initialize all the positions in the beginning, and then it probably where is the appending stuff there? The problem is that the bodies are on the other file. So this is probably the function here. Add body adds, probably this one. Create body and then push. And so these functions here are the main fundamental functions, I think, that are connecting. They are creating the code that is necessary to create the stuff on the WebGL, and then all the other ones use these functions here to do the setup of everything. So I need to understand how these dimensions work and how these low level functions work. You go right back. Probably what I'm gonna do is to try to console log in as many different places as I can to understand. The main thing that I want to try to understand is how does it convert, like what is happening here when you pass through different arguments here and then receives one here. And how is that working? It might be that this is the return statement of this one. So, and this is the reason why it's done like this. And then when you're calling, I think that's most likely what's going on. But then what is the argument that is here? Like what is the dimensions if it's not these arguments here? This is what I don't understand. So when you pass those two arguments there, is like you're passing through this function or this one, because this one returns this one. Yeah, so this one creates all the code that is necessary based on the dimensions, and then you pass this, you create a function out of this, and then when you call there, like when you call here on this one, you're passing these arguments to this function here, I think, but maybe not. So maybe I will use ChatGPT to explain. The thing is, that's another thing that I was thinking of, like, but this is way further, what I'm gonna say now, but it would be cool, I think, like if I can use the ChatGPT API to integrate with the code. I think that's, and I've seen some people doing that already, where they put like a chat helper on a GitHub repository, but I'm planning to do that as well here. Like through the API, you allow ChatGPT to read the whole code of a project, and then you can ask questions about it. Like you set up the prompts in a way that you understand the context of what you're trying to. By navigating through the graph, you can allow it to have the context of what are the path you're navigating. Like there's so many things you can do, I think. I think I will be right back. Hmm. It's pretty much just creating the indentation with the pattern. To just so everything is indented correctly when you're creating the program, and then passing the stuff through the buffer. And I still don't understand where the dimension comes in though. Like I get that here is creating this function here. It's gonna return this, so this is gonna be a function. So when it calls here, it's calling this function and passing the arguments there. But then, like, I guess because this dimension comes from the other one, which comes from the main file there. But I don't understand.
Mummy, who would I have been if my father had been someone else? You see, the child gets the idea.
Maybe it's just this.
Our culture, that the father and mother.
Oh, I guess I understand now. So initialize passing the dimension from the settings, and then when you call this, it's gonna call the function that it returns here.
But there is,
And it's always going to be the same dimensions, which comes from the settings.
soul, a spiritual essence of some kind, imprisoned inside a body,
I think I understand now.
and that we look out upon a world that is foreign to us. In the words of the poet Houseman, I, a stranger and afraid.
It's very confusing, but
in
it
a
makes
world
sense.
I never made.
Also, so I want to understand how, like, why create this though. It's creating a cache of the dimension to the functions. So if you have, for example, two dimensions x and y, then it's gonna be true in the dictionary, and then it's gonna be equal to the functions here. The where, and then it's gonna pass this probably here. It doesn't pass here. So this is because it's creating on the global level. Like every time that it calls this, some function from this file is gonna have the thing on the cache there, and it's gonna make this check here.
Reality.
To see,
Facing the fact.
so it doesn't create all the functions
We speak of coming
each
into
time that
this
it calls
world,
the thing.
and this whole sensation that we are
Just like
brought up to
creating the
have,
templates the first time for the dimensions
an
of all the
island
low level functions that it's gonna
locked up in a
run,
bag of skin,
so that it doesn't have to
facing
create them again.
outsiders, a world
And you have
that
to
is
create this because
profoundly alien to us in the
you can
sense
have
that what is
different
outside me is
dimensions.
not me. This sets up a fundamental sensation of hostility and estrangement between ourselves and the so-called external world. And therefore, we go on to talk about the conquest of nature, the conquest of space, and view ourselves in a kind of battle array towards the world outside us.
I was gonna see the dimensions here. Physics settings. So if there isn't anything, it's gonna be with the default thing. And I think when I pass here, it doesn't pass with any. Oh no, it has here, but it doesn't have the dimensions. True. So it's just because if you're gonna create a 3D simulation, then it is gonna be, you pass the dimension as 3. So how is this gonna affect the low-level functions? I think I'm understanding now. So when you call this, you're calling the return of whatever function you have there, which is this function here. And those are gonna be the arguments, and it's gonna run this code with those arguments. Maybe. Yeah, bodies, then timestamp. The bodies here. Settings of timestamp, adaptive weight. So let me think. And now I think like it's a lot more clear in my mind how it works. But I think it's gonna be better now to study the VJS one. Because I wanna understand how the VJS, because here I understand like each time you're gonna do the thing you call this step. But like the way that it's structured, like I imagine that in the VJS there's a stabilization thing, because it's more of a continuum instead of calling the function each time. But maybe you call the function on a loop each time to do the simulation. Yeah, because the way that I think about it is that even when the graph is paused, let's say, is stabilized on the VJS here, I imagine that there's still something running because you can move the graph.
Now, actually,
That's the thing.
it is absolutely absurd to say that we came into this world.
But maybe there's a function that stops. And the difference from the thing that I have is that it's like static, but it changes each time you call the function. It changes the state. But here you would be like always calling a function, and then it stabilizes because of the physics of the simulation. So I need to understand if that's the difference between the two. How does that work?
Everything that we know about living organisms from the
I think I also made a simple example here just to see how it works
that we, each one of us,
directly from VJS without using PyVis.
of the state of the universe.
And it just creates so it passes the class and then creates a container. Now this thing doesn't have the options here. So, and I couldn't find an example with the code that has the options. So I had to try to understand based on whatever I could find here from using the thing, but it's not very good because I couldn't find the connection between the events. Like the way that what function is gonna be triggered when we move here. There's a thing called config change, I think. And that's the event. Yeah, this is what's happening, I think. When you change the values on some of the range here, it has a function that creates the event listeners for all of them. That is like an abstract function, which is like a template, and then it uses the length of the thing as the path to what thing is going to be triggered. And then with that path, which is the value that is received here, with this path, it emits this event config change with the options. So I think this is the function that runs, but then I didn't understand really well like how it works. I remember I found the function here, I think. Like how is it changing this stuff that is gonna change the way that the graph is. But I think what it does is just changes the options. And then based on the options, the graph is gonna change. But obviously there's a bunch of different things involved. So I need to deconstruct how everything works so that I can incorporate because I think I'm gonna have to change the paradigm, let's say, and it's gonna be very complicated if that's the case. Because then instead of running the function, I'm gonna have to figure out how to. And I guess there's gonna be a bunch of different things connected, and it's gonna be hard to translate all the physics functions to make the thing work, the animation work. Oh, this is the function, construct options. And then here I didn't understand really well. But I guess it's just changing the options. and that's how it builds. So it builds like abstract functions that create different paths for different things here. And then each time you do this, it triggers this function, which triggers the options object. And when you change the options object, it changes the graph. So I need to understand how the graph is connected with the options, like how the options change the state of the graph. That's what I need to know. So I think now I'm going to study the VGS one, and I'm going to try to understand how that works. And then once I understand that, then I can try to think about how to incorporate this like style to the other one. And I already looked at this. Like the challenge here is that there's a bunch of different, like there's a bunch of code and a bunch of different classes connected together. So it's kind of hard to, and this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to build this thing to visualize, because I think it's going to be a lot more, like a lot easier and very helpful if you can visualize what's happening all at once. Because the issue and this is like an issue that I had so far when learning everything, is that you get into these very large libraries, and then like all of a sudden you have to navigate through here, and then you start exploring this one, but then you lose track of where you were on the original file and how that file is connected to this one and everything else. So I think being able to visualize everything all at once is going to be very helpful to like have a better understanding of the software design of the thing. I think I'm gonna study this again, just so I understand more how it works. Because like one thing that I have trouble understanding is like it calls the function here on the constructor. So I guess that this starts the loop of the animation, but then I don't understand on the lower level what's happening on the, because I think that JavaScript is single-threaded, which means that but then you can use the event loops to to do asynchronous things, but I don't really remember really well how it works, like the relationship between them. I guess on the lower level it works with the set timeout or set interval, and then like you create some code that is going to run asynchronously through these event loops, and then it allows you to run the other code while that runs on a loop. But I don't remember really well how it works. Yeah, it's kind of complicated on the low level, I think. True. So maybe I'll watch videos again to remember. Like I have a decent idea of how like the concept works, but not exactly what is going on when he calls this function. Like the way that I imagine in my mind is that he's running this loop somewhere else, and then he continues to execute whatever is executing here. But then to like reason about what is the synchronization that is happening there, like because it has to check the loop. I think it probably checks the loop based on the frame rate of the monitor. It's like checking for each frame. Going back to check if, or maybe only when you like, it's performing all the functions at the frame rate, but I'm not really sure like if that's how it works. Yeah, because the thing is, I want to understand how the options influence the animation. That's the thing. At what point in the code does the... I guess it's on the layout engine, probably. Because as far as I understand now, the canvas is the thing that manipulates the camera, like the focal point of the canvas, and the layout is the thing that manipulates the structure of the graph in the beginning. And then the physics is integrated with the layout. I'll be right back.
Now, the two images which have most profoundly influenced Western man are, number one, the image of the world as an artifact, like a carpenter's table or a jar made by a potter. Indeed, in the book of Genesis, there comes the idea that man was originally a clay figurine made out of the earth by the Lord God, who then breathed into this clay figurine and gave it life. And the whole of Western thought is profoundly influenced through and through and through by the idea that all things, all events, all people, all mountains, all stars, all flowers, all grasshoppers, all worms, everything are artifacts. They have been made. And it is therefore natural for a Western child to say to its mother, "How was I made?" That would be quite an unnatural question for a Chinese child, because the Chinese do not think of nature as something made. They look upon it as something that grows, and the two processes are quite different.
There's so many files. Maybe you should open one project in PyCharm and the other one on Discord, or open two VS Code instances and then separate, so it's less confusing. And I think I'm starting to understand, like the thing is that I think what I can do is just put the functions that VJS works on the way that I have here. It's pretty similar, but I think that the main differences are gonna be because this one uses more, I'm gonna have to adapt everything so that it uses the WebGL stuff, the vectors and the matrices. I think that's the hard part. And obviously the VJS is much more complex, but I think what I can do is just incorporate all of the functions that I find here on the VJS on this one, and the only thing that I'm gonna have to do is put those functions on the event file. Because I think this is the pattern that this library that I'm using uses. The pattern that ngraph uses is just, he pretty much puts everything, like creates a bunch of functions on a file and then puts everything on an API. And then eventifies the API, so you can put the event listeners on the main object, which I don't understand really well how it works yet, so I have to study more of that so I understand. But that seems to be the pattern, and then all I have to do is create whatever functions, extra functions that I want, and then put on inside of the object here, the API object. And then I'm gonna have to modify the functions so that they have WebGL things, so that they work on WebGL. So I think that I'm going to study a little bit more, but it's probably a good idea to open them on different instances of the IDE, and then I put the same function side by side to compare. So for example, the way that VGS is creating the canvas here, and the way that ngraph creates the canvas, so I can see what is the same and what is different, and then try to adapt the stuff from ngraph, try to put the VGS stuff on the ngraph stuff. And Hammer is a library that allows you to put the touch stuff for
As we study
people using phones.
man or any other living organism and try and describe it accurately and scientifically, we find that our normal sensation of ourselves as isolated egos inside a bag of skin is a hallucination. It really is. It's absolutely nothing. Because when you describe human behavior, or the behavior of a mouse or a rat or a chicken or anything you want to describe, you find that as you try to describe its behavior accurately, you must also describe the behavior of its environment.
I should probably put comments as well to remember the way that the functions are done. How can I put this in a way that it's gonna be easy to understand? And people that understand curving, like, they're gonna know this, but okay, I think it's better for me to put here to clarify. It's easier to understand. Now the other thing I can think about is whether or not I can find a way to simplify this. So that, because I don't really like the way that it is here. But it might be for a reason. Like, instead of using the function here, I just put the code directly there, or use this function here. I want to understand more how it works with the arguments here. Like what is this function returning, and what are you passing here? Like from the explanation ChatGPT gave, I think that the 3 first arguments are the stuff you pass when you call this function, and then it's gonna run the code you have here. But I want to understand, if that's the case, I want to understand why does that happen. You're passing these 3 arguments, and then it's gonna execute the code. Because maybe it's better to just have this function here instead. Like there's a way to not use this thing here. And so function body is always going to be the last or the first. There isn't anything. So whatever you put as the last one is going to be the code that is run, I think. It's going to ask ChatGPT. Let's see how much time.
You were all I need. I was incomplete. You were there for me. You were all I need, and I wrote it like a promise. You were all I need.
So I think the first thing that I'm gonna do is think about a way to simplify this so that it doesn't use this thing here. I'm thinking about just putting the arguments here and then making the this function be this one instead, and then I return this function. I think that makes a lot more sense. And then instead of passing the code, I pass the dimension directly. So like I don't see the reason why I do this here. It might be something to do with the scope, but I think I'm gonna try to do that. So change this for all of the files. And I'm also thinking about a way, if there's a way to not use currying as well, but the issue with that is might be the whole like structure of the thing. That's my concern. But I think that this is not being used on the API there, this inside of here, so I don't understand why I create this cache here. Like I think that the reason why is because each time you create the simulation is gonna like it allows you to create different simulations for different things, for different dimensions, if you want. So if I have like 2 canvas on the website, for example, 2 places where I'm creating the layout, I can pass the settings, and it's never gonna run more than once it triggers the function, because it's the thing here, the cache is a global variable in this file. So every time that it runs this module, it's gonna have access to this and it's gonna get that instead of running all these functions again. And I'm trying to think if there's a way to just simplify so I don't have to use currying. I can just put the functions directly here. Maybe that's better. So instead of initializing them like this and then using the return function for the dimensions, I pass the dimensions as an extra argument, and then I just call the function directly. But I think that the reason why he did it like this is because of this caching here. Because if you're gonna cache, it's better to cache the... You have to like call the function before, so that it returns the other one. And then that's what you're caching inside of the thing. Yeah, that's probably the main reason for... But I think I can at least simplify this one here so that it doesn't return this function. It returns the other one directly. And then I just pass as arguments here. And then all the places that have these, I just replace to use a variable instead. But maybe it might fuck up the thing. I think I'm gonna try to change this one after I take a break. And then after I change all of this, I think I'm gonna open the 2 projects on different windows. And then see if I can incorporate some, like the way that it creates the canvas here. But I think I have to study more, just see how everything is integrated on this one first. Like I have to understand how it updates the graph each time. That's the main thing that I'm trying to understand. So once I understand how it does that, then I can think about how I'm gonna incorporate this stuff that I have here on the VGS to the end graph thing. And then I think that the rest becomes easier, because once I understand how everything works, then it's just translating the functions into WebGL instructions. Well, let me focus on this, changing this first. I'm just gonna take a break now because it's 1 hour and a half. I think I'm gonna remove the camera. I'm probably gonna take a 15-minute break, and then after that I'll change the functions here. I'll be right back. I think now I'm gonna put for 1 hour. Next time, probably take 10-minute break. I think this might be the reason why I decided to do it like this, because it uses the global scope. But I'm gonna try to modify anyway. That's the problem. So now I'm gonna have to modify this one. It doesn't work. Maybe I can do like this. Not sure if it's good or not. I think I'm gonna try.
Instead of feeling that we, each one of us, are something that the whole realm of being is doing, we feel that we are something that has come into the whole realm of being as a stranger. When we were born, we don't really know where we came from, but we don't remember. And we think when we die, that's just going to be that. Some people console themselves with the idea that they're going to heaven, or that they're going to be reincarnated, or they're going to Summerland or something else. People don't really believe that. But for most people it's plausible. The real thing that haunts them is that when they die, they're going to sleep and never going to wake up. They're going to be locked up in the safe deposit box of darkness forever. But that all depends, you see, upon a false notion of what is oneself.
Let's see if this works. But this is not fine. Yeah, because I need to pass through this one. When he calls here. So I think that's the reason. Because then you can't initialize. I thought it might be possible because of the, like, it's the same logic that you was using before. Because it didn't need the variables to initialize before, so I thought that might be possible to do like this, because by the time that it calls here, it's gonna have. But because, so, yeah, I think so. The other way makes sense. Let's see if I can think about any other way to. Maybe this part, it doesn't need to be inside of this thing here. Yeah, but then how is it gonna cache that thing? But I don't understand why he's using. Like, it doesn't use this anymore. That's the thing. But he's gonna use the factory here. I guess it makes sense. For some reason it feels like there should be a better way. It feels that this is overcomplicating things, but maybe it has to be this way. And the question is why? Like, why do I have to call here? Also feels weird to return before declaring the function. So you need the dimension to set the thing up. Can't I just call the function from here? Because this thing is gonna be the function there. It's gonna be the function here. I guess I can't because then you can't cache. So you can't access from... I think this way makes sense, probably. I think there might be a way to simplify, but it's not worth it. Because I'm thinking that, like, instead of doing this stuff, I can just call here and then, like, simplify this function, like, pass these arguments to this one, and then make this one equal to this one. Like, remove this function and pass this code to here. And then instead of doing that, I just make it equal to the function. Or I don't even need to make it equal, or just import. And then I make this equal to the initial function. But then I'm gonna need to pass the extra arguments directly here. And I'm gonna have to change everything else if I do that. So instead of making the variables here, I would pass yeah, but maybe if I don't initialize them, I think that this is wrong, but I'm not sure if it's worth. It's not wrong, but it's like overcomplicated, and I'm not sure if it's worth it to spend the time refactoring everything. Like, it doesn't make sense to me to do things like this. So maybe I can just not initialize the function, just make it equal to the function. And then I call at each separate instance, I pass the dimensions based on the settings. Instead of doing like this. And I think the caching makes sense because then each time you're gonna run, you get the one that already exists instead of the object there. And the thing that I'm also thinking about, I guess it has to be a dictionary of dictionaries because you need to store the dimension. That's the thing. Let's see if I can find other music. And let's try to make it work the way that I'm thinking about. Maybe I should. I'm gonna try just with this one first. Biggest concern changing this stuff is that it might work initially and then break at some point in the future, and then I'll have to either go and get the code again from the library and then redo everything that I did. But I think it's worth running the risk. It's just gonna be a lot easier to understand the code. Yeah, so it looks like is everything.
Had a feeling that you called me to say you're sorry instead. You just said it's my mistake. Are you waiting
And this is what I'm thinking.
for sake of something to say when I'm trying not to play?
And then when it calls there, just pass the function from the dimensions from the settings.
Acting like someone else. You know what you gotta say about us. You see this all leads to games. You should start someone else. You know what you gotta say about us. You see this all leads to games. You should start trusting me.
Wish I could say sorry, but I don't have much to say. You won't believe me anyway.
I think reducing here, like, it kind of feels weird to make a dictionary and then just make it equal to this function as well. But I think there isn't a way to simplify here, so I don't use directly this, because I need to store everything inside of an object, but maybe there is a way. Let me see if this is still gonna run. Interesting. So it's not working. It runs, but it doesn't work. Probably because of the global variable thing.
When I wish I could say sorry, but I don't have much to say. You won't believe me anyway. I got a thing for causing arguments, but in my defense, I'm scared to walk away. You know what I'm trying to say?
It could be that I'm passing, like, this part here, could be this as well. But I think if it was this, you probably wouldn't run. But maybe it would. I think it's probably the global variable thing. Yeah, when I do it like this, all these variables are local variables. But then when you create the function constructor, it changes global variables, and this has a difference some way that I don't understand really well. It obviously has to do with the way that the program runs, but I don't understand, like, at what point that would matter.
Everything I see is a reflection of my
Maybe it's what it returns.
Everything I hear is an illusion in my head.
That's the way that it was doing before.
In a forest of realities, I'm alone inside my treehouse. If that is who I am, then who am I to judge? Come away. There's a room I started building on the day
Oh, it should return the same thing, I think.
every corner holds a truth, but they can never
Now let me think. No, I think the other one is gonna return something different.
Childhood is a cup already empty once you taste
Because it passes... Yeah, that's what I need to understand.
When the future is unwritten, there's a lifetime left to waste it.
Oh, but it should be inside of the function, the return statement. It should be here. So it's gonna return this. So let me think. Actually, I think that's... Okay, if I do it like this, then I just run the function instead of doing this code here. Because the whole point of doing the code is so that you... Yeah, that's what I need to change. So instead of having the code, I just pass... I just do a normal thing. And then I return this instead. Because the way that it was before, it was doing like this so that you can run out everything. And then it was returning the code because it's gonna use that on the function constructor on the other one. I think let's try to do that. Where does he use this? Oh, he uses here. I'm trying to think, like, if there's anything else that is gonna mess up because of doing things this different way. But if it works like this, I think it's a lot easier to understand what is going on. It still doesn't work. And I think here's considering this as a function. So it might be because of this. Maybe if I remove from here. Where it's not defined. So factory. Still doesn't work. Don't understand why though. Because there, when I call factor that integrate and I call the function, it should call this function. And then it should pass the variable here, which should return. Run the program. And the way that it was doing before, it should call the function at that point, which would give the same result as running this function. Maybe because of this as well. I don't understand the syntax that he uses here. It obviously is coming here, but I'll replace var variable name. So this gets the positions X, Y, or Z based on the dimensions. This is gonna be either X, Y, or Z. I think it doesn't run because when you use the function constructor, it runs this as part of the function. That's the problem. Because here I'm running some JavaScript, but then I'm calling this function, and this returns a string instead of running the commands. That's the issue here, I think. But then why not simplify here? Like, I don't understand why I do things this way. There must be a reason why. Because I can just, instead of doing this, I can just write the commands here with this indentation. I guess it's because it depends on the dimensions, but either way you can just do the... Like, you can do some variables in the beginning based on the loop. And then do conditions. Just see if the variables exist. Should do these things here. So the question is, do I try to change everything, or do I leave it like this? What I'm thinking about doing is, but I think I'm not gonna do it. But like, it's unfortunate because I think that's better probably. It's a lot easier to understand. Like, if I pass like this code here, I replace each part of this, like run the function in my head to see what kind of string we would return, then put those commands here instead of calling the function. And then for the variable here, I can just get, like, there's different ways, but I think one possible way would be to create another function, and then the function receives, or I don't need to create another function because I'm receiving the dimensions on this one. You could just do a condition based on the dimensions. What is this? So I can do, like, if dimension this, then I do some code, and if it isn't, I can create like 3 different functions for that, or maybe I can think about a way to generalize. I'm gonna do this thing here while I think what to do. Okay, I'm not sure if I wanna go through the effort. I think it's gonna work, but this is the thing, it might not work as well. But like replacing each, because there's a bunch of different functions as well that use this thing, so I'm gonna have to replace everything. What it's pretty much doing is just creating the same line here for all the possible dimensions. I think that's what the point of doing this is. But I really don't like the way that this was done, to be honest. Because it feels like it's just complicating things. But it doesn't, like... If I do it the other way, it's not like there's gonna be a lot more code. And it's gonna be a lot easier to understand what's going on. That's the problem. But it might be the case that he did it like this because there is some thing with the global variables that I don't understand, and that is gonna, like, I don't want to go through the process of replacing everything and then I try and it doesn't work. So there might be another reason that I'm missing here for doing things like this. But I think, like, for example here, if I, instead of writing like this, I could just write like body.velocity.x, and then obviously it would depend on the dimensions, depending on the dimensions you have there. What is body? That's the thing. Okay, body is gonna be bodies instead of this thing. So it's gonna loop over each thing that it has there, which is gonna come from the other function. So just changing the variables based on what happens. So, and these would be coefficients times body dot force dot x, and then yeah. Why the indentation then? So there's no joins, so it's gonna be a new line. Just gonna be a bunch of spaces. And the thing is that, oh no, it's not gonna return everything on the same line because it's the new line here. So you're just changing the indentation, which would come with the first line like this. So like this would be like this, but I don't understand why though. Should put the indentation there. I guess the reason why is because when you're creating the string on the function constructor, if you don't put the indentation, it's going to be everything on the same line, which means that it's going to be wrong in relationship to the blocks here, but I'm not sure if it makes any difference on JavaScript. For the indentation should be different because it's more of a visual thing, I think. But maybe it does. Because like I think if you read it like this, for example, it doesn't throw a mistake. It's gonna run anyway, so I'm not sure why. Maybe I'm missing something. But I think like this line does this one for each dimension that it has there. So if it's 3 dimensions, it will be like this. Then obviously I can put some logic there. And because the dimensions don't scale, I think, like it's possible to make the graph with like maybe 4 is still possible because you can use color as a dimension, but even then it wouldn't work here. So like it's either gonna be 1, 2 or 3. 1 is like pointless, probably nobody is gonna use 1 dimension. So it's either gonna be 2 or 3. And then you can put a condition to be 2 or 3. So I can run the same code. Maybe I can put like this on another function. And then accept the dimension as an argument. Like if it is 2 dimensions, I use... Yeah, I pass a flag variable to another function. And then I only do the z dimension if there is the other one. But the issue here is that I would have to replace every line here or this one, and then there's the risk that it doesn't work. So I'm not sure if it's worth doing all of this, but it's gonna at the end it's gonna be a lot. If it works, it would be a lot easier to read, I think, and to understand what's going on. The problem is that like I think I tried to I make 2 different branches, and then for some reason one of the branches wasn't like changing. It didn't have the old state of the thing. But maybe it's because it didn't commit. Yeah, but let me see. It just changes, and then it doesn't change the code here. I'm not sure why this is happening. think I'm gonna go back to the way that it was before. And then I'll think about whether or not I'll change everything. So I'm gonna go back here. So whatever. Now let me see. Yeah, so it does work. Yeah, so I think if I change to the other branch, do everything, maybe it is worth it to try. And then I have the save state on the main. And then last case scenario I just got from the repository. Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do is just change everything and then see if it works. But first, let me see if the way that I'm thinking about this is right. So I think the way that it is here, the reason why it's a string is because you're passing here to the constructor. So the difference is that I'm gonna have to change to extract the patterns, the strings that are created from the patterns into the main thing. And then it's just gonna return this directly instead of returning code, because that's the stuff that returns from this function here. So this creates returns the function. So when you call this, you're just calling just returning the function on here. And this is the reason why, the reason why this is a variable and not a, it's highlighted as a variable and not a function is because it's returning the constructor. So I think that's the difference. But if you have the function here directly, then it's just going to be a function here, which means that I won't need to create these variables here. Maybe I'll leave some the way that it is. Or I can start with this one because it looks like this one is the one that is different from the other ones. But I guess the only difference is that this one is calling the function directly and the other ones are creating variables because it's gonna call the functions on other parts of the code. So all I would need to do is just remove these ones and then call the function directly on that point. But yeah, so here when it's calling this function here, it's just gonna make this equal to the return this function here. Or maybe when he does this initialization here, I think that's what's happening. Yeah, but like this is the same value as the one that it is here, so and then you can use this to pass the arguments of this function, and then it's gonna run this code with these arguments here in whatever parts it uses this. So what I can do instead is just call directly from the factory there. The main concern that I have is the stuff about the global variables. The other thing that I'm gonna have to do differently is that this thing about the dimensions as well. Because here is constructing the strings based on the amount of dimensions. So I need to think about like what are going to be the possible values for this. And then it's going to use this thing here. Because here, from the way that it is, it seems like it would work if you have like 3 dimensions or 4 dimensions. Because it's just going to turn C and then index plus 1. But I don't understand like how would the visualization work for this. So it would be the variable name here, and then it would replace the thing, the var here. So it would be var c4 equals body velocity. But I don't understand like when is this useful? And I guess that this code let me think about it. I guess this is changing the JavaScript thing, and then on the other files is gonna, based on the bodies are gonna be the ones that are used directly on the simulation, I think. Like it has somehow the WebGL code keeps track of these bodies here. But I don't understand really well how. Like how does this communicate with the canvas? As it's through the events. I need to see on the camera if there is like any function that receives these events here. That's what I need to do. Because I think that's how it's gonna work. So this keeps track of the bodies, which in an array, and then all the calculations are done to change the values on the body, and every time it does these calculations it triggers an event, and then the camera has access to the event. So when the camera receives the event, it changes the canvas based on the new values, I think. That's what it seems to have more logic to me here, like how it works. Event name, callback, context. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense, sure. Like I'm trying to, because otherwise how it would be possible? It doesn't make any sense. Like it has to be this way that it works. Because if it's just changing the bodies there, but then the bodies that have no like association with what's happening in the canvas, just changing the values on the body shouldn't do anything on the canvas. There's no link between the two. So the link has to be on the event listeners. That's the only explanation. Like here, when it creates the layout, this is gonna be the whole function. So it inits this, and it's gonna return this API, which has all this stuff here. So on the thing, it's gonna return this. It's gonna run this when you run this tab, which is when you click here on the thing. And then it's gonna run this, and it's gonna fire this step. Like, but what does that mean? Yeah, all listeners should perform low-level actions after nodes are updated. So this is what I'm saying. Like here is gonna update all the values based on these functions here. The integrate function from this file, because it's calling this function here, and it's calling the movement here, which is changes the position based on the functions here, and then it returns them. So it changed all the position in the bodies, and then it says, so like I have to figure out where at what points in the code does this event, like there is something that is listening for this event that is gonna perform the low-level actions, because I want to understand how the body is associated with the commands on WebGL. And then I think this just updates the status of the thing, the graph, choose, make sure that is stabilized or whatever. So it would be great. Damn, already 1 hour? Crazy. It would be great if I could figure out a way to, like if there was a systematic way to see how they are connected. But the only way that I think, the way that I got from ChatGPT is just, it told me to use a function, but I don't want to do that. And I'm not using the library that I asked ChatGPT about as well. So I think I need to spend more time studying this. Like how exactly does this work, the eventify thing? Because I understand on the concept level, but it's still confusing to me. Like I need more clarity over that. Like what I think it's doing is just receives an object and then puts this, attaches these functions to the object, whatever object you put it. And then it's gonna work in the same way that event listeners do, where you have the events, and then that event is gonna trigger a callback function. So I need to figure out what object is listening for this event on the camera or whatever thing is controlling the animation. like what happens after there is that event there. This is from Visions. I'll be right back. I think I'm gonna put another half an hour before I take a break. So I think it's better to try to understand where it's coming from, like what's happening after the event. Because that way is a lot more clear in my mind, like how the code, the low-level code here is affecting the actual stuff that is gonna change the rendering in the canvas. Because then that way I can search for like how does it work. But I guess it's just gonna be the vectors, but I wanna understand like the body is gonna be an object, and then the object is gonna have these properties that are the position and the physical things, I assume. And then the other thing is t. It's kind of weird. I guess it's just t. It's gonna be tx times tx. but I don't understand. It's tx is probably time, and then dx is probably the delta. So just variables. Initializes them here. Yeah, so you have all these physical properties that are inside of these objects, and then it changes them, and then based on that object is going to change the vectors and the matrices in the WebGL. But I need to understand, like, don't need to, but it would be better if I understood the connection between the event listeners. That's what I need to clarify. But for things like this, it's tough because I can't use ChatGPT, and it's just difficult to know, like, to think about a good way to know how, because I think I've seen a lot of these files and I don't remember seeing any on events. It's just fire and off, and it should be the ones that are on the receiving end of the event should have the .on thing. So maybe I should open the library and see if I can. I don't think I have the library here, but I'm probably gonna download the library and put together with the ones that I have here. But it's getting gradually more and more clear in my mind how it works. I think soon we'll be able to change things there. And I also think that it doesn't make a lot of sense to try to change everything without understanding. It's much more important to understand first how everything works and then start changing. Yeah, so it should have this thing here whenever it receives the event. And when it's firing is like on the sending end, and then receiving is on. So the question is why I'm not seeing this anywhere on any of the files. And I should probably, I think I'm gonna do this now, close everything that is related to Vue.js here, and then I'm just gonna open on another file, another IDE instance, stuff related to Vue.js. Yeah, the only thing is this thing here. But then it creates this and then API on equals trap. And this is gonna call the real one. Oh. This is also a weird thing. I don't really understand. Don't want to waste CPU resources if nobody cares about mouse events. Only when they start listening to events we will perform the input listening. So it's probably something that I don't understand really well, like in the low level, that has to do with the memory. So because it's creating references to the variable here. but this returns this function. Callback context. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. And it's probably because this is gonna be used on another file, but then like I haven't seen any events here as well besides this one, but this one is not related to the drawing of the stuff on the canvas. It's so weird. But like, obviously it's working, so it's something that I'm missing here. The thing is that I think I've looked into every file that has stuff directly related to it. But maybe I'm missing something. Because no one, I think, no one of this file says this listener here. So how is it possible that it's changing the graph there when it fires the event? And if it isn't changing, then it doesn't make sense as well, because then there is no connection. But yeah, but like, it's not there isn't connection, because there is a connection, obviously, because you have the bodies that are going to be the nodes and the edges inside of the forest layout thing when it creates the layout, but from the scene it doesn't have the connection. I think gel is just going to be the canvas instance. It's passing the canvas instance to build the objects, the classes that are going to be responsible for drawing the stuff. Or layout, I'll get no position. So I guess this is the connection then. You just, after it creates the layout, I forgot about this. So maybe the event is not being used, but then that's a weird thing, like, because why put the event there if you're not gonna use it? But maybe in other projects it uses the event. I guess the get node position is this stuff that makes the connection. Because these are the ones that Yeah, because the object is gonna be on the layout class, which is that function that has the bodies. And then because it's updating the values here, the lines is gonna be an array with line classes, I think. And the nodes the same thing. Lines updates. Yeah, lines is the collection. And this is gonna have all of the nodes and the links. So I think I understand now. So, but it's very weird that the event doesn't have, like, it doesn't do anything. Maybe I'm missing something. But I think it just changes directly, like, when you change when you run the staff function on the layout, it's gonna change the position based on those functions that I was looking at. And then the position is associated with the graph through these functions here. And how does the animation loop? How is it connected to this? Because when I run the function from outside, it runs directly. But I guess it runs the other one. Maybe I'm confusing. Yeah, it runs this one. Increases the step count. The layout steps. Increases the layout steps is gonna increase here. Yeah, so I guess this function is always on a loop. So when you put it doesn't run layout.step directly, it just increases this, and then this is gonna run the function because it's part of the animation loop here. I think I get it now. And it only updates the labels when you run this. So this is always running at each frame, I think. That's why it puts inside of the condition to redraw the labels, because it only runs in the beginning, and then after that. I think I get it now. Understand how everything works. So the actual update happens through the classes here. This one, and this one. To update the canvas, and then these classes are updated through the layout, which is the function that contains the bodies, and the bodies position are gonna be changed based on this stuff here. So I think I'm gonna try to change the function here in the way that I was talking about. Let me drain a little bit of this before. I don't understand how it's possible that some people easily do this at 200 words per minute or more. Like, this feels impossible to me. But I think if I practice a lot, maybe I can get to 180 or 190 eventually.
If you think about particles, and it turns out that things like positions and velocities are not very precisely defined.
I think I need to study more the eventify thing as well. But it's really weird to me that there's the events there and there's no... Like, also, I need to spend more time trying to understand how the event listeners on the thing work. But I think the version that I got there, like, is the most basic version, because I pretty much copied everything from the repository, and that version doesn't have the event listeners, so I'm gonna have to manually implement everything. But I think at least it has 1 or 2 events there, so I have to understand how he did it. And I'm not 100% sure if I should use the Eventify library or use the components one from the VGS. Don't have a lot of experience using these libraries. But I think part of me thinks that's probably better to try to change everything to work with the VGS way, because the VGS library is the one that has the most events. But then my concern is that it's gonna change everything, and it's gonna be like a lot of work to, because it might change the whole design of everything. Just make too many mistakes. Okay, so let's try to change everything. See if I'm missing anything. Yeah, now is the annoying part. Let's start with this one. And I think the indentation doesn't matter. But maybe it does. So let me first think like what's the easiest way to make it so that the dimensions work. Maybe you can just put everything inside of the loop. Yeah, but the problem is that I'm repeating the loop. Or I can put this function. Yeah, that's the other thing. Maybe I'm missing something because this is gonna return the function. So when it calls this stuff, it returns the function. Like it doesn't return the code, I think. Oh no, it's because it's using this thing here. Never mind. So this... Yeah, so it does return the code. I think I can just copy this function there, and then I just remove the parts that make it it's just gonna be okay, I think it's just gonna be a loop with the dimensions, and then I run whatever it is here. And instead of var, I put the variable name here. I don't think I can like do like this doesn't work. Variable name. It's not gonna work if I do like this either, I think. Oh, maybe it does. I'm not sure if this is like a bad way to do things. But I think it's just as simple as that. And then I put this on a function. But the line's gonna be different for each one. So I'm trying to think about how to change this function here so that instead of creating the lines from the string, I can just pass whatever argument I have here and then run the code. I think I just do the loop multiple times. I guess I can just put everything inside of the loop instead. But that doesn't make sense, I think. Because only a few parts of the code I wanna run the loop to create the variables. So I think I have to do the loop multiple times in here, and then just replace like this. Trying to think like this one. If there's any way that I can maybe put this. The other way obviously I can do it is just put a condition in the beginning and see how many dimensions it has, and then change everything else based on that. I think I'll do the loop first, then I'll think about it. Because first I need to see if it's gonna work or not. I forgot that I need to do it like this. Just gonna finish this before, and then I'll take a break. Actually, well, let me think. It's because it's weird that here it doesn't have var, but I guess, yeah, it's fine because it's getting from the body. Yeah, so it's correct. So I can't initialize like this. Yeah, here I didn't put anything as well. No, it's probably because I fucked it up here somewhere. But I think I'm gonna go back because I'm not really sure now about the first one, if I did it correctly. Yeah, I think I forgot the var here. So here should be var. Yeah, but then it doesn't work. So I'm probably gonna do the other way, where I just make conditions in the beginning. Based on the dimensions. I think I'm gonna take a break and I'll think about this during the break. I'm probably gonna 15 minutes break and then yeah, probably gonna stay for another 1 hour and a half, something like that. So I'll be right back. Actually, just gonna do 10 minutes. I think I'm gonna stay just one other hour. And I think I'm gonna just study for the next hour instead of doing this. And then I do this off stream, the refactoring. I'm gonna do it on this one first. And then if it works, I'll do all the other ones to simplify. And probably what I'm gonna do is just put some condition here for the dimensions, or think about another way, and then rewrite. But I think it's gonna work. So what I wanna do for the next hour is just to study.
I believe that if we are honest with ourselves,
Just maybe study VGS to see, because I think that this one I already understand well enough, like how it works.
do you mean
Maybe I can study the event listeners on this one as well.
when you say the word I myself? I don't think there can be any more.
I think this is the thing that I'm struggling the most to understand. It's
because it's so
how the
mysterious,
event listeners work,
it's so elusive.
because I think it's more abstract than
Because what you
the other
are
stuff.
in your inmost being escapes your examination in rather the same way that you can't look directly into your own eyes without using a mirror. You can't bite your own teeth. You can't taste your own tongue. And you can't touch the tip of this finger with the tip of this finger. And that's why there's always an element of profound mystery in the problem of who we are.
And the problem is that this is just the beginning, but I also think that this is the hardest part. Everything else should be easier, hopefully, unless there's something like what can happen, and I'm concerned that this can happen as well, is the stuff about svelte that I don't really know well, and the server-side rendering thing. Those kinds of things I think that can be very problematic in the future. But I think for most of the other stuff that I want to build is not going to be that difficult, I think, to understand or to figure out how to do it. Just put the IDE on the browser. That should be hard as well, but not as hard as understanding how to create the physics engine and manipulate the graph. I think that's the hardest part of doing this stuff. And then the other
Mean by the word I.
parts is just figuring out what kind of visualizations are better,
Certain consensus
how to customize the graph based on the visualization,
especially among
and
people
communicate with the API. And I think I've seen, like, I did a very brief research on ways to deploy Flask, and I think there are ways that I can deploy the Flask API for free.
of awareness and of
The biggest problem is going to be the security
that resides
part
in
as
the
well.
middle of a
That's going to
balance.
be, that can be very problematic as well,
And so
and difficult to
we
do.
have what I have called the conception of ourselves as a skin-encapsulated ego. Now, it's very funny how we use the word I. If we just refer to common speech, we are not accustomed to say, I am a body. We rather say, I have a body.
You're just passing the canvas, so it's gonna go into the fallback. And so the two things to clarify still is the event listeners on this one, how it works, and the way that the VJS does the rendering, like how does the loop work for the graph. And then after that, I think I can start trying to incorporate the VJS stuff on this library to make the one that I have more dynamic.
We don't say, I beat my heart, in the same way as we say, I walk, I think, I talk. We feel that our heart beats itself, and that has nothing very much to do with I. In other words, we don't regard I myself as identical with our whole physical organism. We regard it as something inside. And most Western people locate their ego inside their heads. You are somewhere between your eyes and between your ears, and the rest of you dangles from that point of reference. But by and large, we locate ourselves behind the eyes and somewhere between the ears, as if within the dome of the skull, there was some sort of arrangement, such as there is at the SAC headquarters in Denver, where there are men in great rooms surrounded with radar screens and all sorts of things, and earphones on, watching all the movements of planes all over the world. So in the same way, we have really the idea of ourselves as a little man inside our heads, who has earphones on, which bring messages from the ears, and who has a television set in front of him, which brings messages from the eyes, and all sorts of electrode things are all over his body, giving him signals from the hands and so on, and he has a panel in front of him with buttons and dials and things, and so he more or less controls the body, but he isn't the same as the body, because I am in charge of what are called the voluntary actions. And what are called involuntary actions of the body, they happen to me. I am pushed around by them, but to some extent also I can push my body around. This, I have concluded, is the ordinary, average conception of what is oneself.
Is that adding the event listeners here on the canvas? It's using this library here. WGL. That's because this is... Yeah, so I have to... I guess before I do the stuff about translating or incorporating VGS stuff on this library, what I'm gonna do is download everything, all the dependencies, and then change the imports so that I use the ones that I have locally. I'm probably gonna have to change a bunch of things because of the required language. So I wanna do that so I have everything except these libraries that are more official. Because the biggest concern I have with the library that I'm using is that I don't know, like, as far as I understand now, it was created by one person and is not maintained by anyone. So I think that is a greater risk if I rely on it. So it's better to just download all the code for that library and try to adapt, which is the ngraph library. I'm just gonna call this function here. As it's using this library just to put the touch events, but I think it works in the same way that the event listener does. The thing is that there is no context, but I think it doesn't matter. And this is gonna be difficult. So I understand what he's doing, but to create the event listeners using this stuff is gonna be difficult. Because I have to calculate the positions. The thing that I don't understand here is after the fire event what happens. And it's sending the position on the fire event, but I don't understand what happens after. Maybe I should try to see if I can find the zoom events, because I think the other events don't work on this graph. I guess it does when you click. You can drag the thing. It's probably because I changed there, so I have to change again. Yeah, it's because I didn't change this stuff. I'll look into it later. And I guess the zoom event is on the camera controller thing, probably. And this is the stuff that I don't understand, like what happens after it sends this event.
Passing by, one horizon, first in time. Everyone can bring their love. Stars and clouds above. Everything will be aligned. And hearts and souls align. you like to know who you are? Then keep coming closer. There's an ocean full of stars. You hold on tight and let your heart explore. Would you like to know who you are? Then keep coming closer. Would you like to know who you are? Then keep coming closer. There's an ocean full of stars. You hold on tight. Let your heart explore. Would you like to know who you are? Then keep coming closer.
I think that when you click, it allows you to move the camera. But I don't understand. Like, from this thing, you shouldn't do anything. Because it's only getting the position here. Like, I think it's updating the position when you click. But then this shouldn't do anything, I think, with the view. That's what I don't understand. In this event, there's no other part in the code that uses or does something based on this. But maybe it's because I'm confusing the way that the library works.
I wanna be thrown into the rivers that flow through you.
So I think their own sets the function, and then when you fire, that triggers the function.
Wanna become like you, move the way you do. I wanna be thrown into you and go wild.
So maybe this is what's happening here in the beginning. It's gonna be this function, which is gonna call this function. Yeah, it still doesn't make a lot of sense. Sure.
I just wanna turn into the darkness that beats in you. I wanna surround you like a fire. I wanna be one with you and dance the way you do. I wanna come closer and go wild.
So this object is being replaced. Like this is replacing as an argument for the function that is receiving this, but which maybe should be this one. Event name. But it still doesn't make sense to me because, like, what happens with this one? The key has to be on this thing here. I just don't understand how it works really well. But I think it's like, you should call that function. I think every time you fire an event, it's gonna call that function that has a callback there. It's gonna fire this, which is gonna call this one, which is gonna return this one. That calls the event with the callback in the context after activating the event listeners. So API on is equal to that function. But what is the callback function though? That's the thing. Because the second argument should be, like, there should be specified somewhere what is the callback that runs after you fire the event, so I can understand what happens, like this callback. But maybe it's somewhere else in the code, but it's very confusing for me to understand. Because this, like, by itself shouldn't do anything, but like from what I understand so far, it's passing this as an argument to a function, but I don't know, because the function that it passes should be the callback of this one, I think. But there is like nowhere in the code that is declared like what this function is gonna do. And I want to understand, because I know that when you click there is some event that is associated, and I'm gonna have to obviously create the events based on that. But honestly, just thinking about like not using his library and graph events and trying to use the other library from Vue.js to create the events. It just seems very confusing. But the issue with that is that then it might like force me to change everything, which is gonna be very hard. Because the whole thing is created through this, like, it's eventifying everything and then returning as these APIs here. So maybe the whole structure of everything is gonna collapse if I try to do it in a different way. That's the problem. Because I think that the benefit of doing the way that he did here is that you can put event listeners on everything, I think. All these functions here. And that's the point. And maybe it's worth trying to understand a little bit better how it works. Because I think that I'm missing something related to the stuff that is passed inside of this object. Maybe that's like, maybe when you fire an event, it's gonna trigger one of these functions here inside based on the name of the event. But Yeah, it has to create the on-click event before. As far as I understand here, it creates the object and then associates the event name with the callback function. So before it does the fire, you should, at some point in the code, create the click events and associate the function with the click event.
Mummy, who would I have been if my father had been someone else? You see, the child gets the idea from our culture.
Maybe it's this
that
function here.
The father and mother gave him a body into which he was popped at some moment. Whether it was conception or whether it was parturition is a little bit vague. But there is, in our whole way of thinking, the idea that we are a soul.
Yeah, I don't know, this is fucking confusing.
Essence of some kind.
I think I'm gonna stop here. Just rewrite this stuff off stream and then I'll continue to,
In the words of the poet,
regardless of whether or not it works there. If it works to rewrite everything, I'm gonna simplify everything, I think. If it doesn't, I will just leave the way that it was before. And then I will continue to study this stuff here. It's very... I can't understand... Like, I'm trying to think about ways as well to see if I can console log somewhere to see... Maybe inside of these functions here, I can console log to see what's happening. But I want to understand what function is running when there's a click event on the graph. Because I think that the click event allows you to change the camera. Like if you click and drag, it changes the position of everything. So I want to understand how, like, what is running and how it works. And I don't really like that much the way that it was done here. Is very confusing to me with the library. But I'm not really sure if it's worth trying to change everything to use the other library instead. I think that it is possible to simplify, but it might be a lot more work if I try to simplify everything to work in the way that I'm thinking about doing. And I have to understand more the way that VGS works as well, because the biggest challenge is to understand the difference in design from VGS and this library, to know like what's the best direction to go. Because I don't want to get into the same problem that I got into when I was doing the poker software thing. That a lot of the times when you like have one decision like this, like making the decision fast might be a very big mistake later on, because it makes everything else more difficult. So it's the same situation that I had when designing the data structure for the poker software, like how to parse the string in the beginning so that later on I can build stuff with it. I think it feels like the same thing here, where depending on which way I choose to go here, like in the beginning it doesn't make a lot of difference, I think, but later on the more stuff I build on top of this thing, then it might like be really annoying in the future, and then I'm gonna have to change everything to adapt to the new event system. So I need to think like a lot and then try to understand the contrast between the two libraries to see like what's the way that is gonna be best for what I'm trying to do, to structure the events so that it scales well. That's the tough part. Like obviously just reading this stuff here, I think it's not that hard to understand. Like now that I've spent a bunch of time, I think I understand how everything works. It's more about trying to understand the whole design of the thing and the implications of choosing this design. With these original events has something to do. Yeah, but it's only true. I know he's passing this as an argument somewhere. Maybe I think I know what to do. I can console log the API.on because it's gonna give me this. I can console log the register events. That's what I can do. And then it's gonna give me some insights. So I put API.register events. But in order for me to do that, I'm gonna have to change to see if it's gonna work here. So I need to make this function. So I think I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna try to rewrite this stuff off stream, and then after I do that, I'm probably tomorrow. I think, yeah, the only thing I'm gonna try to do today is just rewrite this one and see if it works, and then tomorrow, if that works, I'm gonna console log the events there and try to understand how the event list, like what functions are being triggered through the event listeners and how does it work. And then I'm gonna study the Vue.js and then contemplate whether or not it's worth to try to change everything, the whole way that the events are being done through this one, which I think I might do. And then I'm gonna have to change everything else. But maybe it's just removing the eventify thing and just I keep returning the API and it doesn't impact things that much, I think. Yeah, but I'm probably gonna continue to do this tomorrow, so